Good afternoon and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, July the 28th. If we can first start with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Bieber.
Here.
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Crowson.
Present.
Councillor Doria.
Present.
Councillor Parker. Councillor Wolf is absent today. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Dodick is absent today. Mayor Higgin.
Present.
Thanks.
All right, the City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. Now start with recognitions to my far right, Councillor Bieber.
Starting with, I want to thank the town of Colehurst and their residents for the great hospitality Saturday during Miners' Day. And thanks to my colleague, Councillor Wolf, for teaming up with me as we brought home to City Hall the three-legged dinosaur race championship with a hard-fought win over Lethbridge County Reeve Tory Campbell and Colehurst Mayor Deb Florence in our final heat. You know, I'm just honored to bring this trophy home because it was a lot of work and we didn't cheat, contrary to what I was hearing, you know. We played it straight-laced and we got help though because Councillor Crowson here was throwing water bombs at the other asteroids at the other people, so that helped a bit. But, and you know, lastly, I just want to thank, since this is our final meeting until September, of course, the mayor calls a special one. I want to express my thanks to administration and all the staff in City Hall for the assistance they've provided since the election. And a special shout out to Jody and Brian and to Jolene and 311, who along with her staff have been so absolutely patient and considerate with some of the requests we have for information. These first months in office have been a learning experience on so many different levels, and that has been greatly aided by all the people in this chamber and in this building. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
I would just like to recognize the Legion yesterday for the Korean Armistice Day ceremony that they held in front of the Cenotaph. Herb Johnson, who is one of the only 2 Korean vets that we know in southern Alberta, was there, and there was a wreath-laying ceremony at the Cenotaph. And I know their intention is to do a lot of small events around different days throughout the year, just to keep the history and the awareness going. So I'd just like to thank the Legion for hosting that event yesterday.
Thank you. Councillor Doria.
Is my mic? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor. I know Mayor will do the special recognition for the Next Gen group here, but I want also to congratulate all the organizers of various sports events that keeps our community members active and healthy. So congratulations on the successful culmination of the Filipino Community Volleyball Tournament. It was a celebration of sportsmanship, friendship, and unity. As one tournament concludes, another upcoming sports event on August 22 and 23rd, I think, at Lethbridge Polytechnic. Hope you have time to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doria. To my, Councillor Parker, sorry. You're good? All right. Councillor Campbell.
Your Worship, I just want to congratulate Lethbridge Legion on their 100th anniversary. We, Councillor Bieber and I were flipping flapjacks a couple weeks, well, whatever Saturday that was. It's great. He did a great job of portioning it out somewhat. I only lost about 12 or 13 of the flapjacks, but it was fun. It was great. It was fun. Thank you very much. Also, a reminder. Big Wide Sky Festival is going on tonight and tomorrow over here at Civic Center Park. Congratulations to Mike Spencer, who always puts together this lineup of incredible talent. So congratulations. It's going to be, of course, it'll be very hot and humid night, so you can keep that in mind. And also, don't forget, Millennium opens next week. New West Theatre's annual summer show. Always a great time to go out and beat the heat. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hagan. Congratulations and thank you to the organizers of Fiesta Extravaganza, a cultural festival of the Filipino people here in our community. I know Mayor Hagan was there, Councillor Doria was there, I believe Councillor Bieber was there as well for a time. So it was certainly an honor to participate in that. So thank you to the organizers for that. And also a reminder that Food Truck Fridays are still on throughout the throughout the rest of the summer at Nikiyuko Japanese Garden, and also a reminder for the Upside Downtown concert series that goes on Thursday evenings downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. It seems to me over the past few weeks, it's different events from Heritage to Fiesta Extravaganza to the next thing I'm going to be chatting about here. Our Filipino community, the culture and the joy and smiles that they bring to our community. And so last week when I was attending the Fiesta Extravaganza, if you've ever had the opportunity or if you haven't had the opportunity, you got to get there or to the Heritage event that is put on by the Filipino group here in town. It's second to none. You'll leave there smiling every single time. You'll dance if you don't want to dance, so that was really scary for me. You'll sing if you don't want to sing, again, scary for me, clearing people out. But thanks for everyone who is, for the community and the culture that is brought by the Filipino people here within our community. One I want to highlight here right now is I had the opportunity a few weeks ago to go and attend the Next Gen Basketball Club, and over the past couple of years had the opportunity to see the different work that has been done by the coaches and the volunteers and the players and the athletes and what they put on here within our community. And I want to talk a little bit, highlight them. There's in 2023, this Next Gen Basketball group started with 16 kids that were participating. So the main goal of the club at the time was to provide training to kids who were obviously interested in playing basketball. Training was Saturdays from 9 to 5 at the Boys and Girls Club. Currently, there's over 150 kids registered. So this number was as of last year, and I can still see it climbing up. So expect to have even more kids participating when they're open this year, coming this September. So in the program, there's 4 different sessions: of girls basketball, U9 basketball, 8 years and younger, U13 basketball, U15, and U17. And now they're up to 7 volunteer coaches. And I always say the importance of coaches that are there. And I know a couple of weeks ago when I was over at the Boys and Girls Club and had the opportunity to speak with some of the coaches, these coaches have a way to work with these kids and really put that drive, determination, and just to be better humans. And they do an amazing job throughout the community in different events that they help and volunteer, and the importance of being part of the community and also sharing culture. So I really want to give a huge shout out first to the coaches and the volunteers, and next to all of the Next Gen basketball players. And we have many of them here in the gallery with us today. And I wanted to take the opportunity. I have a couple other things I just wanted to chat about, but an opportunity to come up and get a picture, if we could, in front here with the Next Gen basketball group. And everything has kind of been already been chatted about. We've had many things going during the summertime. We've got Whoop Up Days coming in a couple of weeks. I hope to see everybody there. We have the Mayor's Barbecue is going to be out here on the front steps. We're going to have Trevor Panzak is going to be singing, and we've got some Indigenous events that are going to be happening prior to that. I think I can say, and I'm going to anyways, I think we're having the Grey Cup show up here as well. So it's pretty exciting, as well as, and the lineups are going to be long. It's going to be right after the parade. So if you want to make your way down here in the front, it's going to be a great time. It's we've had it for a few years now, and it gets busier and busier each time. And I got to tell you, make sure you show up a little earlier, because the wait in the lineup takes a little bit of time. However, while you're waiting for that free hot dog or hamburger and soda, you can listen to Trevor Panzak on the steps. So it's going to be a great kickoff to a great week of which will be Whoop Up Days. So again, the Legion, thank you so much. They didn't trust me in doing pancakes, so I ended up having to do sausages. I could give out some good sausages though, and it was a great time there. And I know that we all had the opportunity to be over there 100 years, and it's a free membership now to the Legion right now. That's what they're offering this year. And so I would encourage anybody to get over there and become a member of the Legion. the positive part about that is it makes us remember those that have fought for the freedoms that we enjoy as Canadian citizens here. And so it's something, if you have the opportunity, if you haven't been by there, pop by and see the Legion. Some great folks over there. So with that, if we can just pause for a minute and have the Next Gen group come up in front of the horseshoe here, and we'll get a picture. That's all right.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gio De Silva, and I started this Next Gen, as Mayor Blaine mentioned. It was 2023 when I started this Next Gen program, and we just continue on. We just keep growing. There are a lot of different new faces again this year, so we're expecting more players, more kids to come, and we are very excited for the next and the following season. But before anything else, I would like to thank Mayor Blaine and all the City Council, all the City of Lethbridge for all their support, and for all our volunteer coaches. You know, as you can see, I mean, nowadays it's really hard to, you know, like these kids are hooked up with all their gadgets and everything. So we just came up to this idea that maybe just to help the parents, just to help these kids, we organized this Next Gen basketball, and with the grace of God, He provide everything for us. So thank you so much, Mayor Blaine and all the city councils. Thank you so much for all your support. Every time I ask, you know, and especially for our Filipino Community Association, FCALA, and Mr. Jerry Saging, the FIESLA, we always work together to make all these things possible for us. Thank you so much for all your support. And we are actually have some special gift here from our Next Gen family to the City Council. So kids, players, if you could look at the name at the back of your gift bag, would you mind to give that to the City Councilor, please? Thank you so much again, and we appreciate you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vic from the Filipino-Canadian Association of Lethbridge, and I am here to thank the City of Lethbridge, the City Council, and Mayor Higgin for supporting the community events, especially the Lethbridge Filipino Heritage Festival. So as our token of appreciation, I have here a little token for the city for supporting our event.
Well, thank you very much for that. And we're going to have some riveting stuff. I'm sure you're going to hang around, and you're definitely welcome. But you're also welcome if you didn't want to hang around. You can go and enjoy the rest of the afternoon if you want. It's all up to you. You can leave at any time. You can stay for as long as you want. All right. But thank you very much. We appreciate that, taking that time, and for all of the great things you do for our community and for this incredible event. Looking forward to seeing Next Gen grow bigger and bigger every year. We also have volleyball as well. We had the opportunity to attend, so it's great. Thank you again. All right. I'll move on to the adoption of the agenda from Councillor Campbell. Be it resolved that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on July 28th, 2026 be adopted as presented. Are there any changes, Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Yes, we do have one amendment for council's consideration today to today's agenda. Administration requests that item 14.2, that's development update verbal confidential, be moved to be heard after 14.4 due to the respective director being able to attend that item. Thank you.
So 14.2 will go after 14.4. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Campbell? Oh, sorry. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. I'm going to request another amendment, or we can do this in two ways. 14.1, I'd either like to move earlier on the agenda, or when we get to it, because I realize the other items before it could be short, that we go in for a motion just for 14.1 and closed, so that we can get that one done as quickly as possible, being cognizant of people's times. So I'd like to be able to do that either as a separate motion or to move forward. I think both will be just as quick, but I just don't want to go into all the closed and leave people waiting for that one to be concluded.
Gotcha. So 14.1. So we'll have, there's no submissions, presentations, or.
That's why I think it'll be quick. So, but
yeah.
if we could just do that as a separate motion so that we can come out of that one, deal with whatever publicly we have to, and then go into closed on the other three.
Okay. So when we go into closed, deal with that matter, come out.
And then do
deal with
whatever
that,
public
then
may
go
have
back
to be done,
into
go back
closed
in,
again.
instead of doing just one motion for all
Okay,
four.
Madam City Clerk, where do you want to put that one?
You could do that, so it would stay where it is because we have a really light public agenda, or it can be the first item prior to bylaws, because we do have one bylaw for second and third reading, and then we have all the council updates. So it's council's choice how they want to do it.
So I'm giving options. My preference would be to do it first, just as its own separate motion and just get it done. But whichever way, I think, as we said, this is not going to be a long, the ones before it should go quick, but I'd like it to be first if my colleagues agree.
Okay, so we'll go up to, we'll do the city council updates, which are they're just submissions anyways. And then we'll go into confidential. From the confidential, we will come back. So we won't do the bylaws. We'll skip over that bylaw. We'll come back from the confidential report for 14.1, come back out of closed, vote on that, go back into closed again for 14.2, 3, and 4, well, 2, which is moved to 5.
That would be great, because it'd move us along and get that done. Thank you.
Any questions from my colleagues? That's all right? Okay, perfect. We'll move along that way. Madam City Clerk, you've got that?
So you wanted to do council updates before we go in closed, or do you want to do them after?
We could, they're just submissions anyway, so that's fine. We can do those before.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Oh, did we already vote? Oh, Councillor Campbell, I'm sorry. We still not voted on that one. Councillor Campbell.
Then, as amended, I'll call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. From Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, consent agenda. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meetings of City Council be approved and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. City Council meeting from July 14th, 2026. And further be resolved, the City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions for July 28th, 2026. Further be resolved that City Council receive for information the City Council correspondence, and further be resolved the City Council approve the following Community Issues Committee recommendation. 4.4, recommendation of Community Issues Committee reporting from Council representatives on boards, commissions, and committees. Be it resolved the City Council receive this item as information. 4.5, recommendation of Community Issues Committee confirming Council's confidence in the Lethbridge Public Library, its board and staff. Be it resolved the City Council affirm its confidence in the City of Lethbridge, Lethbridge Library Board and its professional staff to manage library collections and services in accordance with the existing legislation, board's policies, and community standards. And be it resolved, the City Council requests that Mayor Hagan, on behalf of Council, write a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs to express concern regarding the new provisions under the Libraries Act and request that the government provide clarity on what will be restricted and what the regulations are. And number 2, request that the government provide recognition of the controls currently in place and how the controls already in place permit parents to make the decisions. And number 3, encourage that the government of Alberta ensure that any operational requirements imposed on public libraries are accompanied by dedicated provincial funding, and direct the city manager to send a copy of this resolution and the letter to be drafted to the Premier, the local MLAs, Alberta municipalities, and the rural municipalities of Alberta. 4.6, recommendation of Community Issues Committee, Project D28, SAG Facility Enhancement 2022 to 2031 CIP Amendment. Be it resolved that City Council amend the 22 to 31 Capital Improvement Program budget for Project D28, the SAG Facility Enhancements, to include the additional Travel Alberta grant funding in the amount of $200,000 and include in the project scope the potential entrance signage, lighting improvements, and the listening garden as presented in Attachment 1. 4.7, recommendation of Community Issues Committee, Linked Pathway Project Grant Funding. Be it resolved that City Council amend the 22 to 31 Capital Improvement Program budget for Project C6, Bikeways, Pathways, Sidewalks along roadways, to include additional funding and expenditures for a total budget increase of $981,679 as presented in Attachment 3. And authorize the city to enter an agreement with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for the project, building a climate-resilient active transportation pathway between Lethbridge and Coaldale. And number 3, authorize the city to enter in a third-party agreement with the Link Pathway Committee. 4.8, recommendation of Community Issues Committee, Business Development Expansion and Retention Program, M Housing Application. Be it resolved the City Council approve M Housing's application and direct administration to enter into a grant agreement with terms and conditions acceptable to the City Manager with M Housing for their project as outlined in Attachment 2 and in alignment with Policy CC 74. Further be resolved the City Council provide first reading to the following bylaw. Bylaw 6533, road right-of-way closure adjacent to 1521 7th Avenue South. Be it resolved the City Council direct administration to hold a public hearing on Tuesday, September 15th, 2026 at 3 p.m. for the following bylaw. Bylaw 6533, road right-of-way closure adjacent to 1521 7th Avenue South. And open it up for any questions. Any questions? No? Go to Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We have here before us the recommendations from our Community Issues Committee. If nobody has any corrections to our consent agenda items or saw any errors within, I will call for the vote.
I see none. Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And again, we have no committee submissions or administration presentations or submissions, inquiries and responses, but for City Council updates, you'll find those in the agenda, and they are public, in the public agenda as well. One from Councillor Croson, update, Councillor Bieber, update, myself, an update, and Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, update. If there's no questions on that or any questions, seeing none, we will move to get a motion to go into closed. Councillor Croson at 1:01. Do we have the resolution for that? All right, from Councillor Croson, be it resolved that we do enter a closed meeting at 1:02 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to 14.1. That is advice from officials of the Access to Information Act.
Are we going up or going down? Staying down. 'Cause I
We'll,
think
we'll go, yeah, we'll take it upstairs. All right, and with that, Councillor Croson, I see no questions. Question's been called, all in favor? With that, we are enclosed, and anyone that's here can remain, that's fine, and we'll just do this closed session upstairs, and we'll be right back. All right, I will get a motion to go out of closed. Councillor Parker, can I have a motion? Okay, 123 out of closed by Councillor Parker. All in favor? All right, thank you. So we do have 14.1 we will look at, moved by Councillor Croson. This is Council Process Matter ATIA Sections 28 and 29. Whereas International Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder, FASD Awareness Day is observed annually on September 9th, symbolizing the 9 months of pregnancy. And whereas FASD is a lifelong disability that impacts the brain and body of individuals who were exposed to alcohol during fetal development and is one of Canada's leading neurodevelopmental disabilities. And whereas FASD is often overlooked by community members and leaders alike, and whereas this event is done to raise awareness about FASD and shine light on this hidden disability, promote alcohol-free pregnancies, and celebrate and support those living with FASD. And whereas on July 11th, 1999, City Council passed a resolution stating the Mayor's office would discontinue the long-standing practice of issuing a proclamation to avoid endorsements for a CAUSE program that would result in controversy in the community. And whereas the current City Council requests an exception to the resolution passed at this time for this proclamation. Now, therefore, be it resolved, this Lethbridge City Council provide an exception to the January 11th, 1999 resolution and request the Mayor's office to declare September 9th, 2026 as International FASD Awareness Day. And I'll start with any questions. Oh, sorry. And further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed session discussions pertaining to the council process matter remain confidential as per Section 28 Local Public Body Confidences and 29 Advice from Officials of the Access to Information Act. And I'll open up to any questions. Seeing no questions, to open debate, Councillor Croson.
I'd like to thank the South Alberta FASD Network for helping me to draft this and for helping me with the information to better understand FASD as I was writing this up. The estimation is that in Alberta, approximately 4% of the population in our province is affected by FASD, which in Lethbridge means we're looking about 4,500 to 5,000 residents. And there's also an estimate that it is costing the province of Alberta over $970 million every year in health, education, social support, support for housing, et cetera, from persons with FASD. So anything we can do to raise awareness and to support people working in this field will not only help the families and those impacted, but will also help our entire communities. And I'm hoping my colleagues will support this.
I see no other debate, so in closing,
please vote yes.
Please vote yes. All right. And so to my colleagues, all those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
You can leave now. Yeah, all that waiting for that. Sorry.
Thank you for your patience, all of you. Thank you.
No. The public's not permitted to speak during council meetings, but we can talk afterwards. Like, you can, well, yeah. Thank you.
All right, and I do have, if my colleagues will support, there's a motion arising from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, and we'll put that up if we can on the screens. It's a council process matter for ATIA Section 28 and 29. Be resolved that council direct administration to draft a framework for consideration of a proposed all-encompassing community awareness campaign, event, and recognition policy that includes but is not limited to the following: banners, decorative crosswalks, key to the city, lighting the city hall, proclamations, any other applicable public awareness campaigns, events, or recognitions, references to council's flag policy where required, and report back to council through the Community Issues Committee by the end of Q1 2027. And further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed session discussions pertaining to the council process matter remain confidential as per Section 28 Local Public Body Confidences and 29 Advice from Officials of the Access to Information Act. And open up to any questions that my colleagues may have on this. If not, for debate, open up Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hagan, and thank you very much, Councillor Croson, for bringing the previous motion forward, because it did trigger me getting thinking about how we make decisions around our proclamation process. We've certainly got the 1999 motion in place, which helps some of that decision-making. But every time one of these comes up, it seems like we sit down and we talk over and over again about whether we should be approving it or not based on that 1999 motion. We talk about banners, decorative crosswalks, we talk about the key to the city, lighting of City Hall, proclamations, any other ways that we can recognize these important community events in our city. And I think that it seems, rather than relying on that 1999 motion, it's time to modernize this, get everything under an umbrella policy so that it makes it easy for not only us, but also for the community to understand what options are available for recognizing events. But it also sets up a kind of if this, then that decision-making process for us. So in talking with our city clerk's office, they helped me put together this motion. Certainly, it would be a protocol. Other cities have protocol departments in place that help them make these decisions. This is one way that this can help us make these decisions. I would certainly entertain any questions from my colleagues on this. Again, what this is it's a way for us to come up with a framework. It comes to a CIC. The public will have an opportunity to comment on it. At a CIC, we will have an opportunity to discuss what we may or may not want to go forward. But really, this is giving us an opportunity to come up with a framework for discussion.
Councillor Bieber.
Okay. So I just want to clarify this framework that's going to allow us to do a deep dive into how we look at all these, whether we even do have a flag raising policy or a crosswalk policy. So it's going to set the framework up. So when each of these items comes up, council will have the information on how to make a decision on how to move forward on each specific type of item.
No, the framework will give us options. So the framework is the first step, and then we would move into a policy. So the framework is going to give us an opportunity to discuss what we might want to see first.
I see no further questions, and so to close debate, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I think my opening served as my closing, so I will just call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on to bylaws for second and third reading. Bylaw 6534. Councillor Doria sponsor this. And for second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6534, wastewater treatment plant train 2, 20 million liters per day expansion given a second reading. And to Councillor Doria.
Thank you, Mayor. We already discussed how important it is to increase the capacity of our wastewater treatment plant in order to cater the needs of our growing communities, not only for our household, but also for the growing businesses that will use the treatment plant. So I'm looking forward that we will truly support the discussion or even support the plan to increase our water treatment train to expansion program.
Thank you so much, Councillor Doria. And Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hagan. Actually, a question I do have through you to the acting city manager, but in your capacity of the holder of the coin. What is our debt limit currently, and where does this put us?
So thank you for that question, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I'll have to pull exactly the debt limit here right now. I know we're at a low level on it. I literally don't have that in front of me, but I will get to you that in about a minute.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, if we could just have that.
Perfect. And Councillor Croson, I don't know if your question is separate than that. Okay, go ahead while he's searching for that.
So either Mr. Sanchez or Mr. Matthews, I'll ask it, Mr. Sanchez, where was he earlier? Perhaps you can answer it because we are looking for other mechanisms to help bring this cost down, surcharges and different things. So this is the worst case scenario, this bylaw. Would that be a way of stating this? That if we can find through Mr. Matthews' office and through yours, other funding sources, grants, support from other areas, other jurisdictions, we will find that. So could we simply state this as worst-case scenario, and the largest we will see it to be?
That is correct. We're continuing to investigate all areas, both from a provincial, federal, as well as other technology-based funding scenarios that will help us lower this maximum limit that we would have to borrow to fund this project.
And we know that this is absolutely essential to our asset infrastructure. By doing this work, by bringing this forward, do we limit our chance of being sued by the provincial government for anything entering the water? Does this also keep us from ensuring we will not be up against any environmental issues?
That's correct. That's the whole purpose of the expansion plan, is to make sure we maintain our regulatory compliance while being able to service the city now and in the future.
Okay. And last question, I mean, sometimes when we're doing capital budgets, we have good estimates and we have sometimes better estimates. Are the estimates here quite certain that this is going to be the final amount?
Yeah, thanks for the question. During the review analysis, we ensured that we had a good number to go with. We're working with the consultant right now, and those numbers have been validated, that these are the maximum numbers we will go to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Crows. And I also wanted to add that, yes, exactly what was mentioned, that we have had those conversations with provincial and federal. And my question was always, well, if we start this project, will the grant come, should the grant come before or after? And they said that that would not be an issue. We can still work that. So we have spoke with the minister, and there may be some funding that will still come. So again, as the maximum number, thank you for that. That's, we're hoping to get that federal and provincial support as well. With that, back to Councillor Doria.
I think
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, just a second. I'm sorry, Councillor Doria. We're just waiting for a response here. Mr. Matthews?
Yes, thank you. As my Nitro or my Adobe's opening, I'm just going to go to page 22, and you'll have all the information there for me. Okay.
I need to ask that one. That's
Here we go. So, in regards to the debt limit, to answer your Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, in regards to that, in 2025, our current total city debt limit was obviously, or the percentage of debt limit was 20.85%. So that's what we've used to date. And of course, with this, what we're projecting is that by 2031, the total percentage of debt limit will go up to 52.46. So still well within our ranges of values.
And what would the maximum debt limit be that we could carry?
At that point in time, it looks like it is $911 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I see. Yeah.
And we don't need to get up to that amount, yes.
And again, this is absolutely the maximum here, so I'm glad to hear that. And so this could still bring that down. But, and I actually, further to that question than Mr. Matthews, we've had discussion before of other municipalities. Where would that put, currently we're at the lowest for debt, city debt. Where would that put us in 2031? Rough idea. If it was comparative to now's numbers, we don't know if those other municipalities are going to go up as well, but currently right now, what is the average, I guess? Or do you have that number of what municipalities in Alberta currently sit at?
I'm just looking to see if in the documentation here we have that in it. We have the average water bill and so forth, but I don't think I've got inside of here immediately kind of the comparatives, you know, and forecasting out what that would be like. But we are definitely one of the lower in the province at 20-some% right now, and definitely one of the lower between our peers of mid-size communities. Yeah. I just don't have exact numbers in that piece. We might, you know, be close to the lowest in that regard.
That's okay. No, I appreciate that because it's a question that I get quite often, especially with an expenditure of this magnitude, especially if we do not get provincial and federal support, having that maximum, we're still well within our debt limit and currently sit one of the lowest in Alberta.
That's correct.
Thank you. Yep. Back to Councillor Doria.
As we continue to explore grants and other support for this project, we are looking forward that we will continue to support to have this water treatment plant to expand for the purpose of catering the needs of the community and also the businesses in our city. So for now, I'm asking for a question.
Question's been called. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And Councillor Doria for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6534, wastewater treatment plant train to 20 million liters per day expansion be given third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same.
Question.
Question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. And with that, I'll ask if I have a sponsor, Councillor Campbell, to enter closed session. Be it resolved that we do now enter a closed session meeting at 1:39 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to 14.2, 14.3, and 14.4 as per sections 19, information harmful to business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body confidences, 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information to the access of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Campbell.
All for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And with that, we are in close. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to our public hearing set for 3 o'clock. Thanks for everyone for being here. We'll start off with bylaw 6524, amendment to bylaw 6088, London Road Area Redevelopment Plan. So I now call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6524, amendment to 6088 London Road Area Redevelopment Plan. The procedure for this hearing will be the following. I'll call on Mr. Kilgore, community planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the bylaw will then be called upon. Last 3 times. If there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation, then after that, City Council will have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed in consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council following the public hearing. So with that, I'll call on Mr. Kilgore to provide background to the case. Oh, and I do have, if there's any conflicts, okay, Councillor Doria?
Yeah, I have a conflict of interest because I live in that area.
All right, thank you. And Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
I will be recusing myself because I do also own a property in this neighborhood.
All right, thank you.
Bylaw. So the applicant in this case is the Planning and Design Department from City of Lethbridge, and the purpose is to fulfill one of the implementation steps in the London Road ARP, which is to take a fresh look at it after 5 years, how the plan's been performing, whether there's a case to be made for any updates to the plan to make sure that it remains relevant. So an area redevelopment plan must comply with higher order statutory plans. So for example, the municipal development plan here was adopted in 2021, so after the London Road ARP, which was adopted in 2018. Some of the policies in our MDP, which you can see here, speak about ARPs, the purpose of them, and so there are some policies in there that we want to make sure that the London Road ARP complies with. The London Road ARP applies to this plan area shown in these 2 images. You can see it's to the south of the downtown. We've got Victoria Park to the east, Fleetwood to the south, and the Coolies to the southwest. The ARP was adopted in 2018, replacing an earlier London Road Neighbourhood ARP from 1982. Excuse me. The plan called for annual monitoring reports to be created and published every year following the adoption, and then a more in-depth review after 5 years. So we have completed the annual monitoring reports every year since its adoption. These have been published on the city website. So you can see an excerpt from one there. So it has data on how the plan's performing, what types of development we're seeing in the neighbourhood, and so on. Just a few kind of headline points from some of that analysis we've done. Looking just at full years of data since the plan's adoption, we can see the population increased by just 1 person in that time. There was a net gain of 13 homes in the neighbourhood. We can see types of development that have occurred, primarily still single detached dwellings or additions. We have seen a few 2 units as well, and just in the past year or so we've seen a couple of developments with more than 2 units each. So it is still primarily kind of small scale types of redevelopment we're seeing. And as part of this review, we also looked at kind of the wider context, how things have changed since 2018 when the plan was adopted, and the year or 2 before that when it was created. Obviously, one of the big changes in the past few years has been the increase in home prices that have come since COVID. We've also seen, of course, rents go up as well and vacancy rates go down. So this has had an effect on the affordability of housing for people. And there's been a longer term trend away from construction of new single detached dwellings. And so that's, of course, linked to that unaffordability that we've seen on the previous slides. One of the goals of this project was to check in with the community to see how do you feel the development in the neighbourhood's going? Is there anything you want to see changed in terms of the policies in this plan? How can we help to address some of those housing affordability challenges by making it easier to build more homes in the neighbourhood? How can we make the plan function better for staff and for residents and developers and so on, just making it easier to understand, easier to use. And as I mentioned earlier, making sure it complies with the MDP. So this was the process we went through. We started with updating the annual report as we had done every year prior, and then doing a more in-depth analysis on the trends that we've seen since 2018 in development in this neighbourhood. We spoke to internal staff as well, like development officers who've been using the plan to find out where there are some sticking points, where things could be made clearer or easier to use and understand. From that, we created a first draft set of recommendations for updates to the plan. And then we took that out for public engagement, Q4 of last year. Based on that feedback, we made a number of really substantial changes to the recommendations and brought that refined version of the proposed updates to Council. This was the public engagement process. So 2 main things we did were we met with the Neighbourhood Associations Board, presented to them on the proposed updates and got their feedback on those. We then, the next day, published an online survey going through each of the proposed changes, asking for people's feedback. We asked the Neighbourhood Association as well to share that online survey with their membership. And we publicised it through city PSAs, through social media posts, and a digital road sign as well. So we had 117 survey responses and over 700 visits to the project website. What we heard was captured in this What We Heard report, which is available on the project website and linked in your submission reports. So we generally heard good support from the Neighbourhood Association for the proposed updates. We heard a balance of support and opposition to the proposed updates through the survey. As I mentioned, we did respond to that and make a number of changes against things that people were in opposition to. So we've really responded to what we heard back from people. So now I'll just kind of run through the main updates one by one and give you a quick overview of those. So the ARP categorizes different types of residential development as small, medium, or large scale. And what we did here was we're looking to just align it a bit better with the land use bylaw so it's a little bit less confusing for people. So you can see the current and proposed definitions of each of those in this slide. So for example, for small scale residential, it currently says a maximum height of 2.5 stories. Instead of that, we're proposing we just change it to be the maximum height is whatever the land use bylaw says it is for that district. So there's no kind of conflict between the 2 documents. For medium and large scale residential, currently they're defined by the type of housing, so townhouses versus apartments. Instead, we've said let's just align it with the type of residential land use district. So medium scale corresponds to a medium density district, large scale to a large high density residential district. Currently, the ARP has a set of locational requirements, so these kind of sit on top of all the regulations you already have in the land use bylaw. So it says, for example, that a secondary suite can only be on an interior parcel with a lane or a corner parcel. So we're proposing to remove these locational requirements to put this neighbourhood on an even footing with the rest of Lethbridge, so it doesn't have that extra layer of restrictions. For childcare, similarly, right now it has this extra layer of restrictions. So it says that there can only be 1 facility per block in this neighbourhood. That doesn't apply anywhere else in Lethbridge. So we're kind of proposing to just remove this and again make it the same as any other neighbourhood in Lethbridge. We're also proposing to remove the redevelopment levy. So again, London Road is the only neighbourhood in Lethbridge that currently has a redevelopment levy, and in fact it may be the only neighbourhood in Alberta that has a redevelopment levy. We haven't been able to find another one. So this is something that the Municipal Government Act allows municipalities to create, where you charge a levy on certain types of development, and then you can use that money for very specific things, such as land for new park space in the neighbourhood. Because it can only be used for buying land, that makes it really quite restrictive. You can't use the money for example, improving existing parks. So it requires quite a bit of money to be accrued before you've really got enough to purchase a property. So what we've found is that this levy really hasn't been collecting money, and rather is just acting perhaps as a disincentive to development in this neighbourhood. So that's kind of the opposite of what we want. So we're proposing to remove this redevelopment levy and just kind of put it on an equal footing again. The ARP has some rules around where you can install new front driveways and curb cuts. So when we were engaging to create the London Road ARP back around 2016, 2017, this was kind of the number one thing we were hearing from people through engagement, was that they really value the mature street trees and the green boulevard space that the neighbourhood has. For a lot of people, this was one of the reasons why they chose to move to London Road. And so the ARP created these rules where, I'll just show you on the map here, any parcel which has rear lane access that's at least 4 meters wide, you have to use that for any new vehicle accesses. If you already have a curb cut, great, you can keep it, but you can't install any new ones. The reason being, of course, creating the curb cut removes some of that boulevard space. It's harder for the trees to get water and so on, and it can damage the roots. So the parks folks tell us this is really important to kind of maintaining that tree canopy. What we've heard over the years is general support for this. We've heard a few residents saying that they would like this to be removed, perhaps in particular circumstances like disability. So we engaged on this. We put this in the online survey and said, you know, here's the situation, here's what the rules are. Do you want these maintained or changed? We heard 69.2% the policy should be kept the same, and only 14.5% wanted it changed. So we're not proposing a change to this policy. So turning now to kind of more specific areas of the plan area. The inner neighbourhood precinct is really the bulk of the neighbourhood. It's kind of all the streets and blocks that are not fronting onto a major arterial or a major collector type of roadway. So the inner neighbourhood precinct currently doesn't support any consideration for new commercial uses, because the MDP specifically mentions supporting new kind of small-scale pedestrian-oriented retail in appropriate locations. We've just included some language here saying that those may be supported in this area, so it can be given some discretion. There are some existing small commercial uses in this area along 7th Ave, so we wanted to ensure that we weren't precluding those being redeveloped at some point. Next is the 6th Avenue corridor, which you can see highlighted in red on the map here. So it's split into two sections between 4th and 8th Street. Currently it says can build up to a maximum of 4 stories in height. Just to be a bit more specific, we're looking to change that to 13.2 meters, which is the current maximum that's allowed under medium density districts, for context. And we're saying we may support up to 20 meters, which would be around 6 stories, if, dependent on the design of the building, if it's sensitive to the surrounding properties. And then from 8th to 12th Street, we're just looking to change the language a bit there to reflect what's already there. So there is actually some medium density development along that stretch, and some commercial uses. For example, the Jasmine Room is in that stretch. So we're just looking to kind of reflect the current situation there. Then the 9th Avenue corridor, so this is right on the boundary of the neighbourhood with Fleetwood. Here, currently it supports small-scale residential from 4th to 7th Street, small and medium, excuse me, and then just small-scale from 7th to 13th. And when we looked at this, we felt this was maybe almost a little bit backwards. Towards the east of this corridor, you've got a number of different amenities like the Kinsman Park, the Fish and Game Hut, Urban Grocer, some other commercial uses there, Fleetwood School, and then you've got the hospital just a short distance to the east as well, which is obviously a major employer. So it seemed a little backwards to not be allowing more people to live where there are more of those amenities. So we're looking to just make it small and medium scale residential along that whole corridor. And then 13th Street corridor, this is divided into 3 sub-areas. So sub-area A is all those sections that are not adjacent to a big intersection with two arterials. So here it currently says small scale with limited opportunities for medium scale residential. We're looking to change that to just small and medium. For sub-area B, where it currently says medium scale residential, we're looking to make it small, medium, and large. So a lot of the existing development is small scale, so kind of reflecting that in there. And then the mixed use node, which is around London Road Market at that 6th Ave, 13th Street intersection. We're just looking to tweak the language again to support all forms of residential would be supported there as well. Turning to London Road Park, so the changes we're proposing here are just to reflect what was heard from the public when bylaw 6438, the proposed rezoning of that park and the adjacent property came to a public hearing. We heard from the community that they didn't want the southwest corner of the park to be turned into something other than park space. So just looking to reflect their wishes in the updated policy. And then for Kinsman Park, currently it just says small scale residential around the park, looking to make that small and medium scale residential. So it would support a small amount of intensification to allow more people to live closer to this amenity. The policy framework section of the plan is more kind of text-based. A lot of policies around types of development we support, what the different regulations are. And so there's a whole bunch of small changes we're looking to make to that, just summarized here. But in general, they're aimed at just improving clarity, removing superfluous policies or things that the city doesn't really have control over. Some language in there about the redevelopment levy that would need deleted, and kind of a ease of use improvement by combining the small, medium, and large scale built form regulations into one section, because there is a lot of overlap between them. So it just kind of makes the document a little shorter and easier to use. So in summary, the proposed updates would allow quite a modest increase in the number of homes compared to at present in the appropriate locations. We've made a number of changes, as I mentioned, based on public input, and this would improve the plan's user-friendliness and align it with the newer policies in the MDP. The proposed bylaw is in line with the relevant policies in the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and the Municipal Development Plan, which are listed in full in the submission report. This one, because it's not a rezoning of a specific property, we've advertised this through the usual methods like the two ads in the Lethbridge Herald. We also asked the London Road Neighbourhood Association to share the details with their members of the public hearing. We published the notification on the project website that you see in the screenshot here, and on the city website as usual. So in conclusion, the proposed updates would implement the ARP review as called for in the plan. They're compliant with the SSRP and the MDP, and planning design supports the amendment of the ARP and recommends that City Council consider the report as information for the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kilger. Regarding this particular application, is there any members of the public who wish to make a presentation? For a second time, any member of the public wish to make a presentation on this particular public hearing? For a third and final time, any member of the public wish to make a presentation on this matter? Seeing none, it's now time for City Council to ask questions. And I have just one question to start off with, Mr. Kilger. Through the presentation, sorry, I didn't have a slide number on it, but you talked about some of the commercial properties that they may be supported. So it's about 10 slides back, I'll say. I'm sure you remember which one. May be supported. So is this a decision that would be made by administration, or would it be by council, or via public hearing? How would that may be? I always struggle with having something like that in there and leaving that to somebody to be able to make that decision. So I'm just wondering who does that? Who makes that decision?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. That's a great question. So if a property, let's say, was currently in residential use and they wanted to switch it to a commercial use, they would need to rezone it. So at that point, we would look at the policy guidance here and say, okay, it is something that we can at least consider. Currently, it doesn't say anything about commercial being supported, so we would just say no straight away. With the updated policy, we would say, okay, does it make sense here? Does it fit in with what's around it? Are there objections from the neighbours, and what are the reasons for those? If we felt it was something that could work, then we could bring the rezoning to City Council for a decision. But then, of course, the decision would be City Council's, just like any other rezoning.
No, I appreciate that. And I like, the part that I like what there may be is that, of course, it's not definitive as you're not able to. So it gives that opportunity. And so thank you for the answer. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, just first off, thanks for the information, and I know your staff always does a great job of engagement with the public, and you certainly, as evidenced by the report here, you did that, and then you got feedback, and then you made amendments to that feedback. My question is just wondering of the proposed amendments, what would you say was the most contentious of them? And there's nothing that's really stands out, but what would have been the kind of the number one thing that people were sort of saying that this might not work?
Thank you for the question. I would say the strongest support we saw was for maintaining the current policies on curb cuts and front driveways, and for what we were just discussing about being able to consider small-scale commercial uses. There was a lot of support for those things. The strongest opposition we saw was proposed changes to the definitions of small, medium, and large-scale residential. So we kind of walked those back. Yeah, that was the main one that stood out.
So, I mean, the takeaway is that you listened to what people had and the concerns that they had, and you feel that you've made the right choices to amend what they were concerned about.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you for this, Mr. Kilgore. So let's just take it from the large picture. Do these changes keep the spirit of the plan, keep the essence of the plan in place?
Thank you for the question. Yes, they do. The plan has a vision for the neighbourhood. We don't propose any changes to that. It also identifies a number of character-defining elements of the neighbourhood, and all the policies are trying to maintain those. We don't propose any changes to the character-defining elements either. So really, this is about looking at what effects the plan has had in practice versus what we anticipated it would have, and trying to tweak the policies to kind of make sure we're actually moving towards that vision.
Most of the things you brought forward were very much about how the resident would see things. But there is in your policy an objective that's very internal. You want to ensure this plan is used by more than just planning and design departments, so that it's something the other departments are aware of and use as well. How's that going?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, it's going well. We engaged with the other relevant city departments on this project. We made some tweaks to update language based on their feedback as well. So we've updated a number of maps, for example, showing the existing infrastructure, water and sewer and so on, transportation. And so this would kind of bring things up to the present day on those as well.
So you'd say, at least with regards to this plan, we're not siloed, that it's going across the departments?
I would say so, yes. We always work with those other relevant departments on even individual spot rezonings and things like that to make sure that things work from a servicing point of view too.
This is a very small one, but it's one of those things where I'm just curious why it was added. When you're talking about the Kinsman Park, all of a sudden somebody took the time to make sure that we know that the hut in the park is city-owned. It's actually included in there now. What's the purpose of that?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we have seen some people ask about that over the years about, is this I thought this was a privately owned building and so on. So just kind of clarifying that.
Okay, to make sure that we are aware we own it and the public's aware that is city-owned.
Yep.
All right, and then last question before I step out. One of the things people care about in this neighborhood and care about very strongly when it comes to this plan is the mass and scaling of the neighborhood preserved with the changes in this plan?
Yes, I believe the changes are relatively modest and sort of in keeping with the interest we've seen in the way the neighbourhood should develop.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Councillor Bieber.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Again, really insightful document, really informative. You know, thanks to that document, I learned the history of the area and all the nuances I didn't realize before. I just have a question. Maybe my math isn't great, but on page 8, I mean, it talks about the ARP outcomes. I'm just curious, if you have 13 net new homes, but you only have one new person, how can that be explained? Oh, geez.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, that's a great question. What we've found when we've been putting the data together every year for the monitoring and evaluation report is that it can be quite hard to make all these things line up. So there's different ways of measuring things like how many new homes have been created in the neighbourhood. Is it the number of development permits that were granted? But that doesn't necessarily mean the buildings were actually built. We can look at completions. We can kind of try and subtract demolitions from completions and things like that. We get the population from a different source as well. So sometimes these things may not always perfectly line up, but there could be other explanations like fewer people per household as well. So you could see a population go down even when homes are added as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Croson.
So following up on that, one of the things in here is population and density, and this community does have a much lower population and density than it did in the 1950s, for example. What are the pros and cons to the neighborhood of increasing density? Because this is one of the things that's throughout this entire plan and the changes brought in is increasing density. So what are the pros and cons of density increase for London Road?
Thank you for the question. The main pros would be things like increasing walkability to the downtown. You've got more people living close to downtown who can easily access it within a few minutes walk. Existing businesses can sometimes find it easier to stay open if they've got more of a population within their catchment area. It can be good for schools as well. Sometimes you see schools kind of depopulating in some areas if they've got more of an aging population or a smaller population. And then on the city side of things, making more efficient use of our existing infrastructure can help to spread the costs over more people. So effectively, on a big enough scale, it can help to keep down property taxes as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I do have one more question. Mr. Sanchez. This is one of those ones where I'm like, how did I not know this and the impact? The sump pumps, the fact that some pumps used to go to the wastewater and then they went out to the lawn and now you're hooking them up to the stormwater system. Across the city now, are we now hooking them all up to stormwater? Have we, in that essence, are we doing less pressure on wastewater by making that the way we're doing it across? Because this just raised that question. I know it's not specific, but the plan shows how we changed it in London Road. What are we doing in the rest of the city?
Thank you for the question. So short answer is yes, we're working on that. We recently had completed the UIMP, and the capital planning and engineering team is working towards a review of the stormwater management system, not only because of the funding model and how we approach that work in the past, but also in terms of how we can consolidate this and do a redesign that will allow us to support the expansion at the wastewater treatment plant, having that additional capacity, but at the same time being able to manage all the stormwater. So it's a comprehensive work that we're doing, and it's also part of the work that will be presented during the CIP deliberations with some of the projects that we're putting forward.
Okay. And yet to tie it back here, when we are looking at area development plans, that's the level of infrastructure commitment that we are looking at, is how we can solve some of the bigger picture issues that we have with this kind of area redevelopment plans?
That's correct. We look at the existing capacity, what the redevelopment can do in terms of new generation or changes in the generation of water and wastewater consumption too. So all that work, once it's approved and there is a new redevelopment, it goes through the planning process for the rezoning, but it also goes through the development application, which is circulated to not only water, wastewater, but all the other departments that are involved in the decision making of the recommendation.
and links back to my earlier question of if we can make sure those silos are well taken care of between the departments so that information like this is part of it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Councilor Croson, and thank you, Mr. Kilgore and Mr. Sanchez for those questions. Is there any other questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I now declare this public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Yeah. Waiting for one last colleague will be here shortly. All right. I now call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6526, land use bylaw amendment regarding 550 and 554 WT Hill Boulevard South. The procedure for this hearing will be, we'll begin by calling upon Anastasia Blomgren, the community planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to this bylaw will then be called upon. And we'll ask, same as the previous 3 times, if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask any questions of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed, and the consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. So with that, I now call on Ms. Blomgren to provide background to the case. And you're looking very different, Ms. Blomgren. All right. Mr. Kilgore, I guess you will be taking this and providing background to the case.
So the applicant in this case is GeoVera on behalf of the landowner, a numbered company. And the purpose is to rezone these parcels to allow for potential development of a mini storage facility. So it's proposed to rezone from highway commercial to direct control. So in the left image here, we can see the location of the site, which is in WT Hill Business Park, just adjacent to a railway line. In the right image, we can see a closer in aerial view. So the 2 parcels are both within that dotted line. So the building is 1 parcel and the remainder of that site is the other. Here's a photo from street level from WT Hill Boulevard facing into the site. So the building you can see on the right of that photo is the one in the middle of the parcel there, and the buildings you can see on the left are off to the southeast of the site. So the parking area that you can see that kind of extends away from the camera here into the site is part of the parking area that this rezoning is looking at dealing with. So here's an oblique aerial image. So again, you can see that railway line that runs from the top left to the bottom right of the image, just to the rear of the site. And so as I mentioned, the parcels are currently zoned highway commercial. The applicant wants to rezone to allow for the addition of a mini storage facility as an allowable use. This would not interfere with the existing amount of parking that they're required to provide for the other uses that already exist on the site. And we're using a direct control district that's been designed to maintain the orderly appearance of the property and fit in with its surroundings. So we can see a comparison here of the existing and proposed zonings. So highway commercial is the predominant zoning that you can see in the WT Hill Business Park area. There are a couple of other DC-zoned parcels that are dotted around, as you can see here. There is an existing mini storage facility as well, which is just at the top of the image here. You can see a differently colored parcel. So that is another direct control zone parcel that was rezoned for a mini storage facility. So the proposed direct control zoning would maintain essentially the highway commercial allowable uses, so the existing uses can continue. It would add in mini storage facility, which is a custom use definition that's not in the land use bylaw. So that was the main reason behind using a direct control zoning for this proposal. The only other existing use definition that we could fit this activity within would be freight and storage. Which is not really suitable. It's more of an industrial type of use that's allowed in industrial districts. It's more intensive, tends to have bigger trucks and things like that coming and going. So by creating a mini storage facility, custom use definition, we felt we could make this fit within this neighborhood where it's more of a commercial type of feel. The existing nearby mini storage facility that I mentioned in WT Hill has similar development regulations to what we're proposing for this direct control. So it's been based quite heavily on that. And there are some additional rules that have been placed in the DC districts to control the appearance of the building, the mini storage buildings, the landscaping, the fencing, and so on, to make sure they would fit in with the WT Hill appearance. So the relevant policies in the SSRP and MDP are listed here and in your submission report. The applicant hosted an open house in January this year. 3 members of the public attended. They all represented neighbouring businesses and property owners. 1 expressed support and had no further concerns. And 2 people expressed concerns relating to having street-facing storage, concerned that the use wouldn't fit with the current built form, and their belief that the proposed storage use would not fit with surrounding office uses and may increase traffic or crime. Notifications were also mailed to the 33 properties highlighted in the image here, and notification was posted on the city's website and in the Lethbridge Herald. We've received 1 letter in opposition, which is in your agenda package. So the proposed rezoning aligns with the policies in the SSRP and MDP. If this is approved, it would allow the existing businesses on the site to continue while also accommodating additional mini storage use within the underutilized parking areas. And the development standards in the DC district would help to maintain the appearance of the property and minimize impacts on surrounding properties. So Planning and Design, in conclusion, supports the proposed rezoning and recommends City Council consider this information for the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kilgore. Appreciate that. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a presentation on this matter? Please come forward, state your name. Thank you.
Bring this down a little bit. So I'm Savannah Tavares, so I'm speaking on behalf of the ownership group. So thank you for this afternoon, Mayor and council members and any neighboring stakeholders that might be in the room for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of ownership. So before discussing the proposal itself, I would like to acknowledge that we did receive the feedback from our neighbors from that opening house that we hosted in January. And we did review this feedback, and then we did the refinements towards our proposal to ensure that these enhancements that we made to the bylaw met and reflected the high standard that WT Hill Boulevard currently represents. And we want to make sure that this proposal is an attractive addition for this area. So we are long-term investors of this area, and we share the same objectives as our neighbors. We want to see this corridor continue to grow and succeed, and through our ownership of the KPC office building, which is the office building that's located on the land that we're talking about, and then we've made significant investments into this area, and it's not our intent to diminish the quality or the value of this area, as that would directly contradict our investment. So in essence, our goal instead is to just reasonably develop this land that has remained underutilized while contributing to the continued growth of this corridor. And we believe that this proposal represents a practical and financially reasonable form of development to activate this land while complementing the surrounding residential growth that we have seen within Lethbridge. So today, I'd just like to address some of the other concerns that have been brought up in relation to this proposal, while also just explaining why we believe that this proposal is actually consistent with the intent of the Highway Commercial District, while also being beneficial to the community and making a positive step towards developing this underutilized lot. So first, in regards to the purpose of Highway Commercial, it's intended to accommodate businesses that require high visibility, direct access to vehicle traffic, and then thirdly, locations for major entranceways into the city. So self-storage facility aligns with these objectives. It relies on convenient access to major transportation corridors for both residents and businesses. The site itself provides excellent connectivity to major highways while also making it an appropriate functional location for this type of development. Secondly, and what I would view as most importantly, there's concerns on what just the highest and best use is for this particular lot. WT Hill Boulevard has developed itself into a key corridor that is considered to have valuable frontage space. However, this lot that we were talking about today actually has minimum frontage for the proposal of the development, as it would essentially have an office building up at the front with majority of the storage units actually tucked behind the existing office space, which is KPC today. Not to mention that the railroad track directly behind the lot might not be deemed as ideal for like a traditional retail or office building, which makes it a major limiting factor for future development opportunities, which is why this lot has continued to remain underutilized to this day. Not to mention that Lethbridge itself has a decent amount of retail and office supply already. So for example, our office supply within the city has continued to remain at double-digit vacancy rates, and with many of the office spaces actually getting converted into retail spaces. And then our retail demand has remained strong, but with the conversion of office to retail, that supply will continue to grow. So in essence, adding to that specific asset supply might not be beneficial to the city for this particular lot. So in essence, instead what we're proposing for this commercial development is more financially feasible today while activating this currently underutilized lot and addressing the growing service need for Lethbridge. As we all know, Lethbridge has grown a lot in the past 2 years, over 6%, and in this year alone, we've completed over about 350 multifamily units. A major one is the Broad Street development on the southeast side, which is actually only a 7-minute drive away from this lot. So apartments and townhomes, as we know, are much more affordable options for residents, but they generally offer substantially less storage space. With many residences continuing to go to smaller units due to affordability, they're not necessarily downsizing their personal belongings. So self-storage is not just considered for simple convenience anymore, and instead it's being viewed as a supporting infrastructure for a growing community, which Lethbridge is a growing community. So in summary, this application is not just about approving a storage facility. It's about determining whether this proposal is a good representation of good planning for the city of Lethbridge. In our opinion, we believe that this represents good planning because it's putting currently underutilized land into productive use that provides a commercial service for a growing city. It supports our growing residential growth as well as increased housing density while evolving these storage units for both residents and businesses. It aligns with the purpose of what Highway Commercial District is, which is to provide intent to accommodate commercial businesses that require high visibility and direct access to major transportation corridors. The site itself is exactly those characteristics, which makes it a logical and appropriate location for this type of development. And lastly, it contributes to the positive improvement of Lethbridge's future by increasing municipal tax base while activating this underutilized lot and delivering a service to support the community and residents for decades to come. And with this reason, I ask that council respectfully approve this rezoning application.
Thank you, Ms. Taveras. Appreciate that. Is there any other member of the public wish to make a presentation? Please come forward and state your name. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Mueller, and I own BCB Engineering and the property across the street from the proposed site. I object to the rezoning request for the mini storage facility. Our immediate commercial corridor has seen significant high-quality investment in recent years. The neighborhood consists of newer, architecturally advanced and aesthetically pleasing buildings, including professional offices and modern car dealerships. The WT Hill subdivision has established a vibrant, polished image that benefits all neighboring properties and attracts quality clientele to the area. Introducing a mini storage facility to this specific corridor directly undermines these advancements for several reasons. Potential incompatible visual character. Mini storage facilities are fundamentally industrial in appearance. Windowless structures with sprawling metal doors and high fences do not align with the polished modern office and commercial storefront architecture we have built here. It will create a massive visual dead zone right in the middle of our active commercial district. Low economic density and vitality. Highway commercial zoning is meant to foster high utility, economically active businesses that generate substantial employment, traffic, and revenue. A mini storage facility operates with near zero on-site staff and creates no positive economic spillover or synergy for neighboring businesses. And suboptimal land use, transforming a premium, high-visible highway commercial parcel into passive storage represents a permanent step backward to our neighborhood's economic growth. Once built, these structures remain for decades, preventing future high-value office, medical, or upscale retail development from utilizing the space. So for the protection of our neighborhood's aesthetic standards, local property values, and long-term economic potential, I urge the council to deny this zoning request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mueller. Appreciate that. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a presentation on this? For a second time, any other members of the public wish to make a presentation? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public wish to make a presentation on this? Seeing none, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. I'll start off, and I'm not sure if Mr. Kilgore, if you can answer this or direct me to who might be able to answer it in this room, but if we can go to the slide that has the building, if you're looking, I think you're looking west from the boulevard. Yes, there. So correct me if I'm wrong, the boulevard that you're traveling on is where you're taking the picture from, I would take it, correct? Now, oh, sorry. Right, you stopped safely to take the picture, oh, yes. So as I'm looking at the picture, from what I understood from previous, is that these structures are going to be behind that building.
Yes, thank you for the question, Marion. So yes, my understanding is that the applicant would build these structures down the side of the building and behind the building as well. And so there may be some structures that would be visible from here to the left of the existing building as you see it in that photograph, and then more kind of behind the building that wouldn't be visible.
Okay, and you mentioned something about cladding. So they're not, the structures are going to, for aesthetics, and I think you had mentioned that earlier in your presentation. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, thanks for the question. So there are some requirements in the DC bylaw that are identical or very close to those for the existing mini storage facility in WT Hill. So it requires the buildings must be cladded or finished to the satisfaction of the Development Authority with stucco and metal with a non-reflective finish and be in muted colours. So that's just intended to help it fit in with the existing neighbourhood.
And last here in this series of questions, if I could, you've already provided, or council's provided direct control for another storage unit that is in the area. So the precedent has already been set. And has there been concerns with that? Looking property values, et cetera, things that you hear. I've got something here that I had researched, and it's actually showing the property values continue to go up. Is that fair to say?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that was DC Bylaw 5289 for 4015 2 Ave South. So that was approved in 2006, so 20 years ago. We've not heard any particular concerns about that one that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Mr. Kilgore, I want to go very basic. I think of any neighborhood in Lethbridge, and I can tell you the purpose of that neighborhood. WT Hill is an oddball. It's a business park. It's not industrial. It's not residential. Except for maybe houses and maybe schools, it has everything in neighborhood. Like it has restaurants, it has a casino, it has hotels. There is industrial, there is business. So talk to me about what's the purpose, the theme, the intention of this business park? Like what was it built to do? What is supposed to be there?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So the area structure plan was from 1998, so it's potentially things evolve over time, obviously, as an area gets built out. But certainly the land uses that were contemplated for this location in the plan area at that time was called industrial business, quote unquote. And for this particular site, it mentioned warehousing and storage uses as being suitable, partly because it's got the railway line right behind it. So as the applicant mentioned, that may limit the desirability of that location for other types of development. As you say, things have developed a lot over time, and so we kind of have to look at just the current context as well and what might fit today.
Because that's the feeling I get when I go through WT Hill. It doesn't really have an identity. It is a hybrid of lots of different things. So is that one of the reasons it has such a wide breadth of different zoning now?
I think that's a fair comment, that there are certainly a lot of different types of use here, from office to retail and almost sort of low-intensity industrial type uses. I think we see a lot of businesses wanting to locate further out in places like this because of things like more space for parking and that type of thing.
Yeah, because it's one of the difficulties I'm having with this is I can't nail down what WT Hill is supposed to be, right? Or wants to be, or will be, et cetera. All right, thank you. My next question is actually for Mr. Lowen. Mr. Lowen, I know this is land use, and you always remind us there's things that we can ask and things we can't ask. Is it suitable to ask about the economic impact of intensive development such as this? Or maybe not suitable, but is it permissible? Your mic is on.
Oh, I was waiting for green. I forgot that it was backwards. My bad. Yeah, I think taxation, I think economic development are all part of what would be classic land use consideration. If you think about the phrase that Part 17 of the MGA talks about, is the orderly, economical, and beneficial development of land within the municipality. Now, zooming into the extent of like, will it generate this much or that much? That's probably not the right level of granularity, but certainly looking at how it affects the overall development of the city from an economic point of view, much like traditional land use considerations, like is it compatible with neighboring uses, are there public safety issues, are there environmental concerns? it would be part of it and how it relates to your MDP, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So then, Mr. Matthews, I'm not sure if you or Mr. Sanchez's team can answer this, because we have heard from the developer, we've heard from the neighbor. I also want to think about the community larger in general. What is the economic impact of something like this if we do have intensity? Does it affect taxes? Does this further does this further our economic goals under the MDP, or is it negative to our economic goals in the MDP? So if we're looking at the community needs, how is the community's economic goals impacted or not by intensification such as this?
Thank you, Councillor Croson. I'm going to turn it to Mr. Sanchez to do that. He gave me the nod that he would be able to answer that one.
And they're doing a huddle over there. It's even better.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I was just double checking with the planning staff to ensure that what I'm saying is accurate. But when you look at this property, depending on what happened next, if this is redeveloped, definitely this will, right now it's not a permitted use. That's why we're here. We're trying to give options on what could happen. But if it goes ahead, there will be a development permit, there will be an application, there will be work that needs to happen. And eventually this could generate another stream of revenue for the property, for the parcel. Right now is empty parking lots that are not being used. The highest benefit or capacity, let's say. So this will enable that opportunity. It could enable that opportunity. Let's put it in that way.
Okay. Now that's for the landowner. What about for the city?
For the city, I could only, probably Mr. Matthews will have a better answer in terms of the taxation, but I'm assuming if there is a new development, new property, that will also bring additional revenue in terms of taxation, but I delegate that to him.
Because I've given you guys a heads up. I'm going to be looking at this much more from, so what about the 120,000 of us?
So in general terms, as you know, depending on the development of the property and the usages and so forth on it, it may increase property tax. The problem is that, you know, of course, it all gets into the assessment and how much of the assessment in there, and is it a new assessment? What's the incrementally new piece of that? And we have seen that in, you know, overall in some of the other projects and some of the other incentive programs we have. And the reason why council has those, I know that's not relative direct what we're talking here from the point of view, but the reason why we look at that incremental growth, because it does actually help the long term on property taxes as we grow businesses and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Just one last question for Ms. Taveras, if I could. I believe, I seem to recall, this used to be, I think it was Sun Life, right? It was a call center or something for...
Yeah, it was, traditionally the call center, and then we converted the building into the office spaces, which it is today, and then the other half is actually a church.
Because I look at the back there, and as from the aerial view, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of stalls, and you can tell me you're probably not using those stalls or even 10% of them. Is that fair to say?
I would say, like, we're using majority of the front, but given that a third of that building is a church, they only require parking essentially on Sundays. And even with that into consideration with this proposed like self mini storage development, would still leave enough parking for the existing business. But basically that whole back side, there's probably 15, maybe 20 cars that park there on a daily basis.
I looked at the time that it was taken, and it was during the day, that image, and there was, I think, 7 or 8 vehicles there. So, but you're not concerned with parking for the church that's going to be in there? They haven't had any concerns or anything put forward for as far as parking availability, because it sounds like there is be plenty.
Yeah, they initially did have concerns, but they just wanted to make sure that like legally there was enough parking spaces, which we did have that conversation with them and reiterated that that was part of this whole planning process, was to make sure that the existing businesses within the building still had enough parking to still suit their needs.
Great, thank you for that. I see there's no further questions, and so with that, hearing none, I now declare this public hearing closed. This matter will be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. And with that, we will come right in to bylaw 6524. That's the amendment to bylaw 6088 London Road Area Redevelopment Plan. Then, yeah, that might be easier. We'll turn them around there so that my two colleagues can be here for them. All right. Moved by Councillor Bieber, if I could. It is be it resolved that bylaw 6526, land use bylaw amendment 550 and 554 WT Hill Boulevard South be given a second reading. Councillor Bieber?
If there's no questions or debate, I'll call the question.
Question been called. All in favor?
No.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I am on the fence on this one because, as I said, this entire neighborhood makes no sense to me. Like I said, if we just throw a couple houses and a school in there, you basically have a community. Like it's everything to everyone. I will be supporting this, but oh man, I wish we had a better understanding of this community because without any theme here, at some point, everything is going to go in this neighborhood. So at some point, I'm going to hope we do some work on this neighborhood because otherwise it is everything and nothing. So I will be supporting this because we already have one. But yeah, like I said, I bang my head with this neighborhood just in general.
All right, just please don't bang your head too much. And so with that, the question's been called. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6526, land use bylaw amendment 550 and 554, WT Hill Boulevard South, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Bieber.
I'll just call the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. And for my colleagues, we'll go to the next one. So bylaw 6524, amendment to bylaw 6088, London Road Area Redevelopment Plan. So that one, where's the, oh, it's right in front of me here. Be resolved that bylaw 6524, amendment to bylaw 6088, London Road Area Redevelopment Plan be given second reading. So can I have a mover for this? Okay, Councillor Crowson. Any questions on that? If not, to open debate, Councillor Crowson.
So as we heard in the hearing, this is an update from 2018 to align it with the MDP, to improve the functionality, to improve the ease of use, to respond to changes, and to make the language much better understandable. It keeps the spirit of that 2018 plan, makes some things actually line up with some of our other plans in a better way. And it has, again, a refocus on density, which will help the neighborhood and help the community in general. And I hope my colleagues will support this. I'll call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous for those that are here. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6524, amendment to bylaw 6088, London Road Area Redevelopment Plan be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Crowson.
Question.
Question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. And with that, I have a motion from Councillor Campbell that we do enter a closed session. Be it resolved that we enter a closed session meeting at 4:09 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to 14.2, 14.3, and 14.4 as per sections 19, information harmful to business interests of third party, harmful intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body confidences, 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. Ms. Campbell, question been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, I have a development update, verbal from closed ATIA sections 19 and 29. 14.2, be it resolved, the City Council received this verbal report for information. Further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed session discussions pertaining to the development update verbal remain confidential as per Section 19, harmful to business interests of a third party, and 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Parker, have you sponsored that? All right, questions been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to 14.3. If I can have Councillor Doria. It's this one here. Procurement matter verbal. ATIA Section 19, 26, 28, 29, and 32. Be it resolved, the City Council received the confidential report for information. Further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed session discussions and documents pertaining to the procurement matter verbal remain confidential as per Section 19, harmful to business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body confidences, 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act, with the exception of authorizing this acting city manager to share the indicated information with the parties identified in closed session, and authorizing the mayor and administration to share the public statement that was distributed to council in closed session with the community. And I'll be sharing that now. So this was what was distributed to council in closed session. Today we received an update from EMS, and although this is a complex issue with many layers, the important things we want the community to understand are: the province has not changed their stance on the proposed EMS funding model. They will require us to agree in advance to paying anything above the EHS benchmark cost. As of today, Council's resolution to not accept the EHS contract conditions remains in place. We will not be extending our current contract. Healthcare is a responsibility of the provincial government. And the most important thing for our community to know is through all of these talks, and regardless of who the provider is, our community will not be without emergency medical services. An ambulance will be there when you need it. So, and those for additional information, a more detailed update on this will be posted on the city's website. So, any questions from my colleagues on this? If not, Councillor Doria?
Call for a vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, could I have you sponsor this one? All right, Labor Relations Update, verbal ATIA Section 29. Be it resolved, the City Council receive for information the confidential verbal update report, and further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed session discussions pertaining to the labor relations matter verbal remain confidential as per Section 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Acting Mayor.
I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. With that, we are adjourned. Have a great summer.